Welcome back, everyone, to the last and the final day of our 2025 NMMSS Technical Exchange event. We truly hope you have all found this year's virtual event to be valuable and insightful to support all the work that you do in the DOE and NSA complex and/or in the nuclear industry. As a reminder for the audience, following this event, within about 2 weeks, we will be sure to provide from the NMMSS mailbox to the audience a notification with some information on this event that will include a link for the ability to access any of the presentations, as well as the ability to obtain your certificates for excellence in reporting within the past year. So to start us off on our last and final day of the event, I am joined here by Mitch Hembry, one of our wonderful NMMSS analysts, where he will be providing with you a brief summary of our morning session.
Thanks, Alex. So for this morning, we're going to change our gears a little bit from what we've covered so far in our NMMSS meeting. We're going to get more into the nitty-gritty of NMMSS, the cogs and wheels that are needed to get data to NMMSS and what is done with that data that's reported to NMMSS. So our first module is going to be what we call the NMMSS refresher. So this is a great opportunity for even experienced reporters that report to NMMSS to just get a reminder of what is the different functionalities of NMMSS. What are some of these crazy acronyms that you always hear NMMSS analysts spouting out, and you're going like, I don't know what in the world they're talking about. We're going to review that a little bit this morning, and we have given you a few little hints throughout the weeks of what some of these NMMSS forms that what they look like that you report to NMMSS. We're going to go into a little bit more detail in the NMMSS refresher and do some demonstrations of using these forms in reporting. After that module, we're going to go into a review of the various resources and reports that are available to the NMMSS community that could be helpful, especially when you're a facility working on reconciliation of your site with NMMSS reporting records that you've sent to us throughout the year. So we call that the reconciliation process. And there's a lot of helpful tools that are available for you to use and reports that you could use to help you in that process. So Alex, what do you say? Why don't we jump into it?
Let's do it.
Hello, this is Mitch Hembry, an analyst with NMMSS. In this presentation, we will provide a NMMSS refresher, reviewing the fundamentals of transaction, material balance, and inventory reporting. We will review definitions and terminology, including acronyms and interchangeable terms. Then discuss NMMSS characteristics, including key products and services, operational structure, reporting basics, and codes. In conclusion, we will introduce the various NMMSS reporting forms, Forms 741, 742, 742C, and 740M. Let us kick things off with a discussion of NMMSS definitions and terminology. With many new virtual faces in attendance, it may be a good idea to introduce some definitions and terminology that are specific to nuclear material control and accountability. This discussion is organized in categories covering organizations, facilities, MC&A terminology, NMMSS acronyms, definitions, report prefixes, and interchangeable terms. Yes, we do kind of speak a different language here in this NMMSS world. There are many different organizations associated with NMMSS, and of course they all have their own acronym. To start off, NMMSS is the Nuclear Materials Management and Safeguard System. DOE, Department of Energy. NNSA, National Nuclear Security Administration. NRC stands for Nuclear Regulatory Commission. NMID is the Nuclear Material Integration Division. IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency. HSPD is Homeland Security Presidential Directive. DoD, U.S. Department of Defense. OMB, Office of Management and Budget. and NPAC is the Office of Non-Proliferation and Arms Control. So, what kind of facilities interact with NMMS, and how would someone learn about these facilities? Facilities that report to NMMS are listed in the D2, a directory of DOE contractor sites, the D3, a directory of NRC licensee facilities, and the D15, which identifies international nuclear facilities. Some of the key DOE contractor sites are CNSY-12 LLC, Los Alamos National Laboratory, and Savannah Riverside, among others. There are many NRC licensees with focus on the commercial nuclear industry, such as Nuclear Fuel Services, Global Nuclear Fuel Americas, Urenco USA, and many others. There are numerous international nuclear facilities, such as Chalk River, Fast Critical Assembly, and Doonray, that U.S. facility perform business with. Now regarding acronyms, constant use of acronyms can make someone just want to hit the mute button instead of asking, what does that mean? For example, a typical NMMS-like conversation may be, UUSA wants to know what tick and to and from accounts to use on the 741 when reporting their AB to NMMS. Many folks would just go, excuse me? How about EA is coming to SRS to evaluate the integrity of the TID and DAC programs. What? And how about, I would like to take a tour of NMMSS. Where do I need to go? They are probably thinking, I don't know what this is, but I bet it's cool. To ease the pain a little bit, let's discuss some NMMS acronyms. AC stands for Action Code. ASTM, American Society for Testing and Materials. ATS, Authorization to Ship. AWCC, Active Well Coincidence Counter. BI, Beginning Inventory. BNR, Budget and Reporting. CFR, Code of Federal Regulations. COEI, Composition of Ending Inventory. DA, Destructive Analysis. DAC, Daily Administrative Check. DMT, Detail Material Type. EI, Ending Inventory. Euratom, European Atomic Energy Community. GAAP, Generally Accepted Accounting Principles. ICA, Item Control Area. ICR, Inventory Change Report. ID, Inventory Difference. IDC, Item Description Code. IDES, Item Description. IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency. KMP, Key Measurement Point. MBA, Material Balance Area. MBR, Material Balance Report, M742. MT stands for Material Type. NDA, Non-Destructive Analysis. And NMIA, Nuclear Materials Inventory Assessment. So wow, that's a lot of acronyms, and you'll see these many times when you're working with NMMS. And yet there's more. NMMS, we've already discussed, the Nuclear Materials Management Safeguard System, that's us. NMR, Nuclear Materials Representative. NNSA, National Nuclear Security Administration. NOL, Normal Operational Loss. OMB, Office of Management and Budget. PC, Process Code. PIL, Physical Inventory Listing. RIS, Reporting Identification Symbol. SAMS, Safeguards Management Software. SMT, Summary Material Type. SNM, Special Nuclear Material. SQP, Small Quantities Protocol. TIC, Type of Inventory Change. TID, Tamper Indicating Device. And XML, Extensible Markup Language. Let's now review some definitions relating to MCNA and NMMS. The COEI, also called Comp Code, are predefined codes assigned to inventory descriptions arranged in logical groupings according to usage, process, and chemical and physical form. From a NMMS reporting perspective, you will see comp codes on the DOE NRC Form 741 Nuclear Material Transaction Report and 742C Physical Inventory Listing. What is XML? This is a markup language and file format for data. This language defines a set of rules, a schema, for encoding documents in a format that is both human readable and machine readable. This is the format used when electronically sending DOE NRC forms to NMMS. NMMS has a variety of report products available to the community. Each of these products have a specific prefix identifying the type of report. In other words, what kind of data is contained within the report. If the NMMS report starts with A, the report relates to allotment, project numbers. If the report starts with D, these are reference directories like the D2 and the D3 reports mentioned earlier. FN stands for financial reports. I is inventory. IA involves the topic of foreign obligations. Reports with the prefix ICR, CN, PIL, or MBR relate to IAEA reporting. M relates to material balance. P is the project inventory, while T is the project number index. TJ relates to nuclear material transaction type reports. Displayed here are examples of the wide variety of NMMS reports. We list two popular project number reports, the A200 and the A210, where the first provides project summary balances and the second reviews project activity in a format similar to a material balance report. The two M742 reports are some of our material balance reports, which contain prior reconciled initial balances with inventory differences for the period of interest based on facility reported transactions. Two reports are listed relating to foreign obligated nuclear material balances, including applicable transactions as of a user-specified date. Also listed are several of the transaction reports available, whether specific to transaction data errors or transactions currently open. Please contact NMMS for assistance on our diverse report product library. Given the long history of NMMS, there are many items referenced that are identified using multiple names. We will review some of those terms, fields, codes now. The transaction number is also referred to as the transfer number. The nature of transaction is also called TI code. Action date is also activity date. The type of inventory change is also called tick or use code. That's all the same item. What about composition code? This term is also called comp code or composition of ending inventory or COEI. Weight percent isotope is also called isotopic weight percent and assay. Yes, it can get really confusing at times. Let us now discuss NMMS characteristics. NMMS is the U.S. national database that tracks and maintains information on the production, location, and inventory of various nuclear materials. NMMS is owned by the U.S. Department of Energy. NMMS is operated to satisfy the needs of the DOE, NRC, and various other U.S. government commitments. Physical operation of NMMS resides in two locations, NMMS Main Operations Center in Germantown, Maryland, and NMMS Second Operations Center in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Data processing and report preparation are performed inside of a limited area. All NMMS information is subject to classification review prior to release for authorized use. The organizational structure of this system requires that NMMS database is classified and not accessible by the Internet. NMMS is managed by DOE, National Nuclear Security Administration, NNSA. NRC utilizes NMMS to support its regulatory functions through an interagency agreement with DOE. Day-to-day operations of NMMS is overseen by the NNSA Office of Nuclear Materials Integration Division, NAESH 12. The electronic data contained within NMMS is a one-of-a-kind national asset. U.S. exports of nuclear materials for the period of 1956 through 1965, before NMMS computer system was established, was electronically backfitted. NMMS has facility-reported material inventory changes, transactions, since 1964. NMMS contains facility-reported material inventories since 1965. Note that information contained in NMMS is never deleted. NMMS interacts with a diverse group of equity holders involving policy, programmatic elements, non-proliferation, and national security. The DOE NNSA involves a large number of entities, including defense programs, naval propulsion, the Chief Financial Officer, Office of Science, and Environment, Safety, and Health. Domestic interactions include the NRC, Department of State, and the Department of Defense. Internationally, NMMS interests involve the IAEA and numerous nuclear cooperation agreement partners such as Euratom, Australia, Canada, and the United Kingdom. Who reports information to NMMS? There are approximately 400 U.S. facilities reporting to NMMS, including 2 mines mills, 1 conversion facility, 2 enrichment sites, 5 fuel fabrication facilities, 31 research reactors, 94 operating power reactors, 49 NNSA DOE sites, and 218 other facilities serving various roles. NMMS domestic reporting is governed by 2 sets of requirements. One is DOE requirements that dictate reporting for DOE NSA sites and facilities, as well as NRC sites having DOE-owned material. The other set of requirements and regulations are for entities licensed by the NRC involving non-DOE-owned nuclear material and the import and export of nuclear material. So what are the NMMS reporting guidance documents for DOE and NRC? NRC guidance is the new regs. The BR6 provides instructions for completing nuclear material transaction reports, while the BR7 provides instructions for the preparation and distribution of material status reports. Note that the material status report consists of the physical inventory listing and the material balance report. The D24 provides directions for NRC facilities to electronically report to NMMS. DOE reporting is based off of the DOE Order 474.2a, Nuclear Material Control and Accountability, and the NMMS User's Guide. The D23 provides directions for DOE facilities to electronically report to NMMS. What are the DOE requirements for reporting inventory? DOE NNSA sites must report to NMMS if the site possesses a reportable unit of accountable nuclear materials, or the site possesses DOE-owned nuclear material, or the site possesses foreign obligated nuclear material. All DOE sites with a reportable quantity on September 30th, end of the fiscal year, report a physical inventory. What are the inventory reporting requirements for NRC licensees? Licensees must report if they possess 1 gram or more of SNM. Remember that special nuclear material is defined as plutonium, uranium-233, or uranium-235 contained in enriched uranium. NRC facilities must also report if they possess 1 kilogram or more of foreign obligated source material. Source material is natural uranium, depleted uranium, or thorium. If the facility possesses DOE-owned nuclear material, they must report. If a licensee possesses less than 350 grams of SNM, they are required to report their inventory between January 1st and March 31st of each year. Those licensees having 350 grams or more of SNM must report an inventory to NMMS a minimum of once a year. What are the DOE and NRC transaction reporting requirements? If a DOE or NRC site ships or receives a reportable unit of nuclear material, or their site performs an activity resulting in a gain or loss of nuclear material, or if their nuclear material inventory otherwise increases or decreases, reporting of a DOE NRC Form 741 is required. The timing of reporting transactions is based on the type of 741. If reporting a shipment, the facility has 1 day to report. If reporting a receipt, report this document within 10 days. If reporting a correction, report within 1 day of discovery that a correction needs to be reported. Now let's discuss in more detail NMMS reporting codes. Codes consist of numbers, alphabetic characters, or the combination of both. NMMS codes provide descriptive information regarding the who, what, when, and where of activity being reported. One of the key NMMS reporting codes is the Reporting Identification Symbol, RIS. The RIS is a unique code assigned to a facility which is used to report MC&A information to NMMS. Each facility possessing nuclear material is assigned a unique RIS code which will remain the same for the life of a facility license. A facility can have more than one RIS code associated with their site. Every facility must use their appropriate RIS code when reporting, and each of these RIS codes are tracked and reconciled with NMMS. The RIS code must be reported on all DOE NRC forms reported to NMMS. Feel free to contact NMMS if you need the RIS code for other facilities within or outside of the U.S. RIS codes are 3 to 4 characters in length, with the first character of the RIS having significant meaning. If the first character of the RIS is A through Q, this is a DOE NNSA site. If the first character is X, Y, or Z, this facility is associated with NRC. If the first character is V, this facility is defined to be a waste RIS. All foreign facility RIS codes start with R. If a U.S. RIS code, which is usually 3 characters in length, has a fourth character, this RIS is considered a disposition RIS. The disposition types are A, release to atmosphere, G, release to ground, H, discard to holding area, the most used disposition code, L, discard to pond or lagoon, and R, consumed in research. DOE currently has 16 types of material that are reportable to NMMS: depleted uranium, enriched uranium, plutonium-242, americium-241 and 243, curium, plutonium, enriched lithium, uranium-233, normal uranium, neptunium-237, plutonium-238, deuterium, tritium, thorium, and uranium in cascades. Of these materials, depleted uranium, enriched uranium, plutonium, U-233, normal uranium, and thorium are reportable by NRC licensees. The processing code identifies the specific type of processing action required of NMMS. Process code A represents the initial reporting of a 741 to NMMS. Process code C represents the replacement of a prior reported 741. The D process code represents the removal of a prior reported 741. Note that process codes C and D cannot be used after the close of a NMMS processing month. In other words, a facility cannot use the process code C to replace the 741 3 years after it was reported. The 741 has already been closed out in NMMS and can no longer be replaced. The action code is a significant NMMS reporting code for transactions. This code identifies the type of transaction being reported. The action code highlighted in blue represents shippers' activities. Shippers' activities are A, identifying shipper's original data, C, identifying shipper's adjustments. The other shipper's action is X, the shipper's side of an obligation exchange. The action code highlighted in green applies to both the shipper and receiver, since this code identifies on-site receipts and removals beyond regular shipment and receipts. The remaining codes in brown represent receiver's actions. The B and E action codes are for final receipt reporting, where either the receiver is accepting shipper's values or reporting their own measurements. The D code is a receiver's adjustment of a prior reported B or E receiver 741. The N and U action codes are reporting that receiver measurement reporting will be delayed. N is short-term and U is for longer-term delay. The J code is used by DOE and represents material that they are going to receive but is in transit. The Y action code represents the receiver side of an obligation exchange. Owner codes are used to specify the ownership of nuclear material for transactions and inventory reporting. This code describes the ownership of material received or shipped, or ownership at the time of physical inventory. The G owner code is for DOE owned material, and the J code represents non-DOE owned material. The project number code provides information about DOE owned nuclear materials located at DOE NNSA sites and NRC licensee facilities in both the U.S. and foreign countries. This code provides information relating to financial reporting, materials management, and safeguards. Project numbers are a 10-character alphanumeric designation, 9 of which originate from the B&R code. As mentioned in the last slide, a critical feature of the project number is to identify sponsorship, materials management, and safeguards. The structure of this code begins with the field element represented in the first character. The next 2 characters identify the DOE program, followed by 4 characters for the subprogram and project. The final 3 characters represent the subproject and task. Let us review critical data terminology to be aware of when reporting to NMMS. The action date is the date of the activity that is occurring, such as shipment or reporting normal operational loss. The capture date is the actual date that the 741 was processed by NMMS. Finally, the process period is the date of the NMMS processing month in which the transaction was filed. Moving on to our final topic in this presentation, called NMMS reporting forms. Let us first talk about the DOE NRC Form 741 Nuclear Material Transaction Report. Both DOE NNSA sites and NRC licensee facilities are tasked to maintain documentation of MC&A functions, including reporting of the transfer of nuclear materials. The 741 is used for this purpose. 741s are also referred to as Inventory Change Reports, ICRs. These report forms are used to track information regarding shipments and receipts of nuclear material between facilities, on-site gains and losses, and movements of nuclear material subject to nuclear cooperation agreements. Here is the DOE NRC Form 741 Nuclear Material Transaction Report. There are 4 sections that make up this report: the header section, the foreign obligation material section, and the detail section, which has both a shipper's data area and receiver's data area. Finally, we have a signature block for both the shipper's information and the receiver's information. Now let's walk through some 741 demonstrations to get an idea of how to report to NMMS using the Nuclear Material Transaction Report. Our first demonstration, reporting a domestic receipt. RIS ABC made its 12th shipment to EZY on January 31st, 2025. This shipment involved 12 cylinders containing depleted uranium within the assembled items product composition code that was associated with the uranium recovery project. This shipment contained DOE-owned material with a 35 kg gross weight. The weight percent isotope was 0.2%, with 6 kilograms of total uranium. An uncertainty of 1 kilogram did exist for both the element and isotope. Let us populate the shipper 741. Based on the demonstration information provided on the left, we will populate the 741. First, provide the shipper RIS as ABC, receiver RIS as EZY, and transaction number as 12. Next, enter process code A, first time reporting this 741 to NMMS, and action code A, original shipper 741. The number of data lines will be 1 with an action date of 1/31/2025. To complete the header section, the total gross weight is 35. Now on to the details section, where there will be only 1 line. There are 12 items involved in the shipment. The type of material and composition code is 10 and 309 respectively. Since this is DOE-owned material, the owner code will be G and the project number will be TPT 100-100R. The element weight will be 6 and element limit of error will be 1. The isotope weight will be 0 and isotope limit of error will be 1. To complete reporting this 741, the weight percent isotope will be 0.2. Why don't we do another 741 demonstration to get an idea of how to report a one-party transaction to NMMS for RIS ABC. We will use today's date to report these inventory changes, and all of the composition codes will be 309. This 741 will report the following on-site gains and losses for various non-DOE-owned types of material: degradation of enriched uranium to depleted uranium, production of plutonium, fission and transmutation for enriched uranium, decay of plutonium, and rounding for enriched uranium and plutonium. When entering the 741, be cognizant to the reporting units for each material type. Let us now report the 741. List the shipper risk and receiver risk as ABC and the transaction number as 20250515, matching the action date. The process code will be A, action code M. The number of data lines will be 7, and the action date will be 5/15/2025, today. The total gross weight will be blank since this field is only required for original shipper's documents. Now on to the detail section of the 741. The first inventory change we need to report is degradation of materials from enriched uranium to depleted uranium. This will require 2 reporting lines, one removing the material from enriched uranium inventory and another placing the material into depleted uranium inventory. Use code reporting will distinguish inventory changes, and since this facility is a DOE NNSA site, we will use numeric use codes. For the first line to remove enriched uranium, the use code will be 71. The second line will be 22 and add depleted uranium. If a use code is less than 40, the quantities reported will be increasing inventory. If the use code is greater than 40, the quantities will be decreasing inventory. The material type for the 2 lines will be 20 and 10. The comp code is 309 and owner code is J, non-DOE owned material. The quantities are as shown here. Note that enriched uranium is reported in grams and depleted uranium is reported in kilograms, so the quantities for depleted needed to be converted from grams to kilograms. Next is production of plutonium. The use code will be 21 for production and material type is 50. The quantities are as shown here. Next is fission and transmutation of enriched uranium. The use code will be 73 for production and material type is 20. Next is decay of plutonium. The use code will be 72 for production and the material type is 50. The next 2 lines are rounding, one for enriched uranium and one for plutonium. The use code will be 65 for rounding and material type is 20. The comp code will always be blank for rounding bias. The element weight will be -1 with a weight percent isotope of 4.95%. Note that use code 65 is greater than 40 and represents by nature a reduction in inventory. If it is desired to do rounding to increase inventory, the quantity should be negated. Note that only for use codes 65 and 77 are negative quantities permitted. The final rounding line for plutonium. Use code will be 65 for rounding and material type is 50. The isotope weight will be 2 and no weight percent will be reported. Note that for use code 65, weight percent is only required for enriched uranium. Now let's discuss the DOE NRC Form 742C physical inventory listing. By definition, a physical inventory indicates a facility's nuclear material holdings at a specified point in time. U.S. facilities with reportable quantities of nuclear material must report an inventory to NMMSS on an annual basis at a minimum. Note that the amount of material reported on that pill must match the inventory balance, i.e. inventory balance, reported on the site's MBR, the Form 742. Here we see a visual of the DOE NRC Form 742C physical inventory listing. This form has 3 sections. The first contains header information, specifically the facility risks and inventory date. The next section contains batch data, detailed inventory information. Note that all types of material can be reported on one physical inventory listing. Finally, we have the signature and date blocks section. Let us perform a 742C demonstration to get an idea of how to report to NMMSS using the pill. Facility YFD is preparing their COEI for the period ending on March 31, 2024. This facility has non-DOE owned material under the composition of unirradiated scrap laboratory solutions. Also, YFD has DOE owned enriched uranium with a composition of compounds unirradiated. Additionally, this facility has inventory of normal uranium under composition UF6 feed, which is obligated to Australia. Let us populate the 742C. First, report the header information. The RIS is YFD and inventory date is 3/31/2024. Next, report the first line of detail for enriched uranium. The material type is E2 since this facility is an NRC licensee and the material is non-DOE owned, and enriched uranium details are categorized for licensees under E1, E2, E3, or E4. The comp code is 864 and owner code is J. The second line of enriched uranium inventory detail uses numeric enriched assay range of 21 through 39 since this material is DOE owned. The comp code is 771 and owner code is G. Now we need to total and report our enriched uranium. Note that all total lines are reported using generic material type, in this case 20, and the comp code for total lines is 899. Also note the owner code is blank since this total represents both DOE and non-DOE owned material. Now on to normal uranium. The material type is 81, comp code 725, and the owner code is J for the one detail line of normal uranium. Finally, we need to report the total for normal uranium. Material type 81, and the comp code is 899, and of course the owner code is blank. The Material Balance Report, DOE NRC Form 742. A material balance report describes a facility's inventory status for a specified time period. This report is used as part of the reconciliation process to compare with reported transactions during the period. NRC licensees report the MBR as part of their Material Status Report, the MSR. DOE site MBRs are generated from the site's previous ending balance with reported period transactions applied. For each material type in your inventory, the Material Balance Report describes the following: the beginning balance for the reporting period, plus any additions to the material balance during the reporting period, and any subtractions that occur during the period, such as decay and material shipped. And finally, we have a resultant ending balance on the last day of the reporting period, which equals your physical inventory date. Let's review the sections for the MBR. First, the header information, including the facility RIS, from and to dates for the MBR period, and the material type. Next is the primary section of the report, the material accountability section, where the beginning, gains, losses, and total quantities are reported. Section B is for reporting the cumulative foreign obligation totals as of the end of the reporting period. And finally, we have Section C for signatures. Our demonstration for the Material Balance Report is for RIS XTT for the period of 10/1/23 through 9/30/24. This facility has only non-DOE owned material and has enriched uranium, plutonium, and depleted uranium in their inventory. For enriched uranium, XTT received material from facility BAX, had degradation to other materials, fission and transmutation, and rounding bias during the year to report. Portions of the enriched uranium is obligated to Canada and the layered obligation of Canada Euratom. Plutonium had production and decay occur during the year with part of the plutonium inventory obligated to Canada and Canada Euratom. Depleted uranium had from other materials to report with material obligated to Canada and Canada Euratom. Populate the 742s for these three material types. Starting with enriched uranium, let's populate the first page, beginning with a header. The RIS is XTT, reporting dates of 10/1/23 through 9/30/24, and material type of E1. Since the material is non-DOE owned, the material balance category 9 will be reported. We then report the material received from facility BAX. On page 2 of the MBR, we report degradation to other materials. The category change is identified by including the use code ED to show enriched uranium is being recategorized as depleted uranium. Fission and transmutation also occurred, reported on material balance category 73. Rounding adjustment information is reported on line 65. We then report cumulative obligations in Section B for Canada, Category 86, and Canada Euratom Category 92. Note that the obligation codes for the MBR are not the same as reported on transactions. We now calculate our non-DOE owned ending balance and report on Category 81. Now for plutonium, let's populate the first page beginning with the header. The risks and reporting dates are the same as with the first MBR, with the material type now being 50. Since the material is non-DOE owned, the material balance Category 9 will be reported for your initial balance. We then report nuclear production. On page 2 of the MBR, we report decay. We then report cumulative obligations in Section B for Canada Category 86 and for Canada Euratom Category 92. We now calculate our non-DOE owned ending balance and report on Category 81. For our last material type, depleted uranium, let's populate the first page beginning with the header. The risks and reporting dates are the same as the first MBR, with the material type now being 10. Since the material is non-DOE owned, the material balance Category 9 will be reported. We then report a category change from other materials for enriched to depleted ED. On page 2 of the MBR, we report cumulative obligations in Section B for Canada, Category 86, and for Canada Euratom, Category 92. We finally calculate our non-DOE owned ending balance and report on Category 81. The format for reporting all of the DOE NRC forms we have discussed is XML. NMMS fillable forms and SAM software provide an electronic means to create, save, and submit transaction, material balance, and physical inventory reports to NMMS. Information on downloading these tools can be found at nmsresources.com. Mitch Embry here. In this module, we will be reviewing information and reports available to facilitate annual inventory reconciliation. We will provide a general review of the NMMS reconciliation process and supporting policy, regulation, and guidance, followed by a discussion of report products and available training opportunities and software tools. But first, let us begin with a review of reconciliation. U.S. facilities report to NMMS using 3 DOE NRC forms. The Form 741 Nuclear Material Transaction Report is used by U.S. operators to report the receipt, shipments, or inventory changes relating to nuclear materials at their site. The 742C is the means by which U.S. facilities report physical inventories. Finally, Form 742, the Material Balance Report, provides the gains and removals of nuclear materials over a period of time at a facility and how those changes affect inventory. So, what is NMMS reconciliation? Reconciliation involves a systematic process to ensure that NMMS records agree with the physical inventory data and material balance records, specifically for NRC, provided by the facility. Each reportable material type is reconciled separately by ownership, including materials subject to U.S. agreements with foreign governments, called obligations. In a nutshell, the process of reconciliation with NMMS compares facility transactional reporting to the material type ending balances on the material balance report, as well as the ending balances on the physical inventory listing. There are nuances in the reconciliation process for DOE sites and NRC licensee facilities. For DOE facilities, the MBR is generated from the previous period ending balance with transaction activity applied to obtain an ending inventory for the current period. This generated MBR is compared to the reported DOE facility inventory, the bill. Any discovered discrepancies are resolved as required. For NRC, the material status reports, the MSR, is reported to NMMS. Like DOE, a generated MBR is also produced and compared to the reported PIL and MBR. Now we will briefly review policy, regulations, and guidance for reporting and reconciliation. Once again, there are differences between DOE and NRC regarding policy, regulations, and guidance. For DOE and NSA sites, there is the DOE Order 474.2A, Nuclear Material Control and Accountability, the NMMS User's Guide, and the D23 that provides the foundation for electronic reporting to NMMS. NRC regulations and guidance are contained in Chapter 10, Parts 1 through 171 of the Code of Federal Regulations. Also, the new Reg BR6 and BR7 and the D24 electronic reporting guidance for reporting to NMMS. Let us outline some of the report products that are helpful in support of the reconciliation process. There are several NMMS reports that assist DOE and NSA sites in reconciliation. Project number reports A200 and A210, the Transaction Detail for Shipments, Receipts, and On-Site Gains and Losses Report, the TJ45, the M742 Material Balance Report by Facility, the I-27 COEI Report, and the Obligation Summary Report, the IA-OBLO5. There are several NMMS reports that assist NRC licensee facilities in reconciliation. The Daily Activity Report TJ1X, Project Number Report A200, the M742 and M742A Material Balance Reports by Facility, the Transaction Detail for Shipments, Receipts, and On-Site Gains and Losses Report, the TJ25, another transactional report, the TJ23 for closed periods, and the Obligation Summary Report, the TJ30. The TJ45 Transaction Detail Report lists the transaction Form 741s reported by a specified nuclear operator over a specified time period. Transactions are listed, grouped according to the type of nuclear material and type of change to the operator's inventory. Increases are grouped in the receipts section, broken out by type of increase. Decreases are grouped in the removal section, broken out by type of decrease. The Material Balance Report displays transaction-based material balance information. The Material Balance Report summarizes the inventory changes to each nuclear material type. The layout of these changes and how they are grouped is similar to that of the TJ45 report. These two reports can be directly compared for each change type. Nuclear material foreign obligations based on one or more nuclear cooperation agreements is listed at the end of the report if there is any. The IA-OBLO5 and TJ30 Foreign Obligation Balance Reports provide the beginning balance, changes due to reported transactions, and calculated ending balance of foreign obligated nuclear material for the material balance period. These reports group data by foreign obligation and nuclear material type. The A200 Summary of Ending Inventory Comparison Report provides the balance of nuclear material tracked under DOE NSA-owned project numbers, if any. The report is divided into sections for the material balance calculated from transaction activity, labeled Project Transactions, and for the balance reported by the facility on their physical inventory listing, labeled COEI according to the DOE and NSA accounting terminology. The difference is calculated left to right. Transaction-based totals minus the inventory-based totals equals the difference. A facility that possesses DOE NSA-owned nuclear material must balance their A200 report as part of their NMMS reconciliation. Let's now talk about NMMS training opportunities. We offer NMMS training classes both online and in person. This training focuses on data reporting, hands-on exercises, and capping off the course by working through a simulated inventory reconciliation. There is no cost to participate, and we target facility personnel responsible for reporting MC&A data to NMMS. All of the content is based on DOE and NRC reporting requirements. Advanced registration is required, and we keep in-person classes small to maximize one-on-one interactions. Each participant will receive a certificate of completion. For more information, contact the NMMS mailbox at nmms@nnsa.doe.gov. Both of the presentation modes available for NMMS training can be beneficial, regardless of level of NMMS experience. The in-person class is great for novice reporters, with interactive presentations and multiple individual and group exercises. For 2025, we are offering in-person courses in Santa Fe, New Mexico, Lynchburg, Virginia, Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and Germantown, Maryland. The virtual NMMS class can be a convenient refresher for experienced reporters. In this class, we have a combination of live and pre-recorded presentations, question and answer sessions, and 2 take-home quizzes for practice and review. Both offerings are 3-day courses, with the in-person from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., and the virtual course is from 10:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern. Some key topics covered in our training classes are an overview of NMMS, including descriptions of products and services, physical operation and structure, profile of domestic nuclear operators reporting to NMMS, and contacts for assistance. We cover reporting basics, including reporting requirements, reportable materials, due dates, reporting codes, and rounding policy. Foreign obligation accounting is reviewed, outlining conditions that require obligation tracking and the process for reporting obligated material. Our course covers the process for reconciling facility data with NMMS using case studies and exercises. A critical part of the NMMS course is explaining the nuances of reporting using the transaction report, the Form 741, the physical inventory, the Form 742C, and the material balance report, the Form 742. Here is the training schedule for 2025. We have 3 in-person courses scheduled for the rest of 2025 in Lynchburg, Virginia, Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and Germantown, Maryland. There are 2 remaining virtual classes offered in August and December of 2025. Please contact NMMS to register for any of these courses. Finally, we will now introduce software tools available to the community to assist with NMMS reporting and reconciliation. The NMMS web-based fillable forms tool provides an electronic format to create, save, and submit the 3 main NMMS forms, the Form 742, Form 741, and Form 742C. Data is entered into a PDF-like interface with the ability to export into the computer-readable format of XML for reporting to NMMS. SAM software provides the ability to create, store, validate, and submit the 3 main NMMS reporting forms. Data is entered into the SAMS application, which has the ability to export data into XML for reporting to NMMS. Both fillable forms and SAMs will be discussed in later presentations. When working on NMMS reconciliation, NMMS staff can assist with forms, data, reporting, and errors that you may be experiencing. Please call or email NMMS staff. NRC and DOE can provide you with the government answer to questions on regulations or policy for material reporting. We would love to have you attend a NMMS training class. Come join us.
Hi, everybody. So I'm Loida Begley, and again, thank you very much for attending our general session for the Technical Users Exchange meeting. We really appreciate everyone's attendance throughout the week, and want to recognize our entire NMMS team. And a special shout out to Chris and Royce out at Oak Ridge, new to the team, but they're the main reason why we were able to go true hybrid, which also means live drop-ins from people. Sometimes, as we were seeing the meeting progress, recognizing maybe we need a little bit of a human touch here with the live, but I'm also being told that some people couldn't tell the difference between the two. So, but yeah, I just really appreciate everyone's participation and the entire NMMS team, including on behalf of DOE and the NRC, our partner with Mirabelle Shoemaker. So that being said, this is the general session conclusion. We do have specialty breakouts that are going on right now that Mirabelle is participating in, and just want to thank you again. And then I'll hand it over to Alex for a recap of everything you heard and some of her reflections as well.
Yeah, I think that this year we really appreciate everyone's attendance. It was virtual. We understand sometimes there's those and going hybrid, it is really wonderful that we had so many people participating and sending excellent questions to us. And also thank you for all the presenters for being on standby to really, like, in real time provide the answers for them. We will be sure to have a scrub of the questions too. And sorry, I'm trying not to cough. Live.
Man,
Well,
there's a
thank
little
you.
bit in there.
Thank you. But we really appreciate you guys providing your insights and perspectives for the NMMS community, and also providing all of the answers. I would like to highlight for this afternoon, after today's lunch. As we noted yesterday, we wanted to provide the community with the opportunity within this event to have some targeted NMMS reporting specific topics to support the sites and facilities with possibly the ability to add efficiencies into their current practices or for their own awareness. As Mitch, he covered the fillable forms and SAMs, so we'll have go through. Emily will be providing a fillable form overview, as well as there will be a demo of SAMs. And then also in this afternoon session, we'll have more targeted training for those who report to NMMS under Infrastructure 366 for the small quantities protocol reporting, and as well as a NMMS overview for NRC and CNA inspectors. So once again, thank you to everyone. And also, any questions about NMMS, send them to the NMMS mailbox, and our whole wonderful NMMS analyst team is here to help you, point you in the right direction. It is truly a team effort.
Great, thanks, Alex. And just to wrap up, we appreciate any feedback that you have. The main thing we tried to capture this year in this hybrid format was the content. And I think for any sort of delivery, any meeting even, but especially anything that's geared towards learning, it's important for us to hit the mark when it comes to the content and the delivery method. So that speaks to online, QA, small session, or even, so it's more nuanced than just virtual or in person. So if you had any feedback about that, as far as these are the things that, and we've already had some discussions about, this is how something that would have been done in person translated differently through this format, we'll make up for that when we do meet in person. So we look forward to seeing you next year. And we also want to hear back about how this, more content-based focus worked for you, and whether we work it in throughout the year through breakout sessions or general sessions. We'd love to hear from you about that. And as well as some of the context setting. That's what we do with some of our leadership is so you can understand how important you are in this process, and to harken back to some of our earlier speakers, the level of quality that you guys provide via your expertise and growing expertise is invaluable for us to protect our nuclear materials and to protect our security. So thank you again for being here, and for those who have sessions later in the day, have great sessions, and also let us know about that. But we will be seeing you next year. Thank you very much. Bye.
Welcome back, everyone, from the lunch break. I hope you guys were able to take time to stretch your legs, get some food, stretch the brain, and grab some caffeine to join us for our final stretch for the last afternoon of the NMMS Technical Exchange event. I would like to mention how, as we're going to continue this afternoon with the specific targeted NMMS reporting topics, at this same time, Maribel Shoemaker and our NMMS analysts in another room, they're holding multiple one-on-one sessions with the NRC facilities to continue their wonderful engagements that they've had with the facilities after the workshops that you heard of during this event. So I just really wanted to highlight how we truly are maximizing this opportunity of this hybrid event to as much as possible. And with that also, I wanted to mention that, as Loida said, looking towards the future, if there's any ideas, if there's any interested topics or presentations that you have any ideas that you would want to be addressed at next year's NMMS Technical Exchange event, to please email them to the NMMS mailbox. Have the subject line of NMMS 2026 planning ideas. That would be wonderful, as next year is the 30th anniversary.
Yay.
Yes.
Big year.
It's a huge year. So we look forward to it. So with that, I am going to hand it over to Mitch here to go over our next session.
Well, thanks, Alex. So in the last session, we introduced some of the reporting tools that are available to help you, sites with reporting to NMMS. One of those is the fillable forms, and the other is SAMS. And over the next few minutes, we're going to actually dive deeper into those topics to gain more information on that information. Fillable forms, and for SAMS, it's going to be more like a demonstration of how powerful this tool is. It helps greatly with convenience for the site reporting. Yes, it will greatly improve your efficiency, and especially more efficient at your site, as well as greatly more efficient when you're reporting to NMMS. So you'll be sending us those wonderful XML format files, which makes it super easy for us to import that information into NMMS. So we're going to cover that immediately after I shut my mouth. We'll hopefully be soon. Hopefully, maybe.
Oh, keep going.
We're also going to go into another topic. So some people receive information from NMMS, and they see these lists of things like we have lists of risk codes, which are reporting identification symbols, which identify your site. And you may see these crazy codes that start with a number, like 223, 222. So Alex, that is a specific subset of NMMS reporting called Special Quantity or Small Quantity Protocol, SQP. And we're going to be covering that after we talk about SAMS and fillable forms, so you can get an idea of what that whole business with these crazy risk codes that start with a number are all about. So, and it's where we all want to be on vacation right now, Caribbean islands. So I know I wish I was there. How about you, Alex?
Oh, for sure.
And we're going to close out this session and the meeting with doing a NMMS overview that's geared towards NRC inspectors.
Yep.
To finish our day. So we're excited to have you stay with us and cover these unique, interesting topics. Thanks.
Welcome to this session on the NMMS fillable forms. My name is Emily Himmelfarb, and I am an NMMS analyst. I have the pleasure of introducing this wonderful tool to you today. So we're going to be talking about what are the fillable forms, why should you use them, what are the features and tips you can use to make the best use of those features, and then finally we're going to do a demonstration. So, what are the NMMS fillable forms? The Nuclear Materials Management and Safeguard System web forms provide an electronic format to create, save, and submit the three main NMMS forms: the Material Balance Report, the Nuclear Materials Transaction Report, and the physical inventory listing. Data is entered into a PDF-like interface and then exports out in the computer-readable format XML. XML stands for Extensible Markup Language. It is the preferred computer-readable format for NMMS data submittal because it's human-readable as well. The benefits of using the NMMS fillable forms for XML data submittal are ease of entry into a familiar format, the simple process to generate machine-readable data, the ability to quickly save and reload completed forms, the new features which reduce data entry errors, and importantly, they were designed for use with most web browsers, since nowadays most organizations have IT policies that restrict software installation. And finally, machine-readable data is ready to load into NMMS as soon as it is received, which helps with timely reporting requirements. As I said earlier, the core function of the fillable forms is data entry into the PDF-like interface, which is then saved as XML. But our programmers built in several helpful new features for the relaunch. The first of these is the dropdowns. You can either select the option that you need or type a valid entry, but these dropdowns reduce typos and invalid entries. Please note that the descriptions you see will not appear in the XML output. The information only displays as a helpful reference while you are editing the form. The next features are the warning messages for missing required fields or invalid characters to prevent reporting errors. The third and possibly most helpful is Load XML File. This allows facilities to import an existing XML file and then edit it in the user-friendly interface instead of having to navigate the XML and manually editing it in Notepad or some other application. Finally, the new fillable forms support additional lines beyond the traditional forms, which were limited by the size of an 8.5 by 11 paper. I have some tips for how you can use some of these new features to maximize efficiency, but also some general use instructions. Firstly, one of the things that we'll be demoing is the Load XML File feature. You can use this to save yourself time while you're reporting imports, receipts, or a static inventory MSR. Similarly, the Load XML File feature can also be used to upload a template of routine transactions, and then you can make edits for details such as activity date and material weights, but the static information such as the shipper and receiver and material types could be retained. And mostly, the fillable forms are very user-friendly, but one of the things that is not as intuitive is how to clear an entry. If you need to clear a drop-down selection from one of the fields, you need to reopen the drop-down window and select the blank option at the top of the list rather than using backspace or delete. Additionally, you should be aware that the fillable forms have the same character limits that exist in NMMS, so you may need to shorten some of your entries. For example, general license should be entered as genlic. And finally, use the Create PDF button to save a copy for your own facility records. Another tip is to be familiar with these interchangeable terms. Some of the fields that you will see in a PDF have slightly different names within the XML schema. That's something you should be aware of if you need to examine your XML for errors or if you're editing the XML directly. Some of these are more straightforward than others. For example, transaction number is also known as transfer number. Nature of transaction can also be known as TI code. Action date and activity date are typically used interchangeably. Type of inventory change is also called a use code. Material type could just be shortened to MT. Composition code has a lot of different names. It's either called a composition code, a comp code, composition of ending inventory code, or a COEI code, or even a COEI number. Similarly, weight percent isotope could be written with a percent sign, or it could be written as isotope weight percent. Alternately, it may be known as assay. Before we move on to the demonstration, one last thing I want to call your attention to is that the concise note form will look different than what you are used to on the material balance and inventory. The new sequence number field is required for the computer programming to work properly because it indicates where the concise note will be stored in the XML. This is not associated with any NMMS errors or edit checks, so you don't have to worry about what you put into that box, but something has to be there. We're going to start the demonstration by installing the NMMS fillable forms. I'm going to open this file with the installation instructions in it. First step is navigate to NMMS resources. We will be going to NMMS supporting software, NMMS fillable forms, and then download this zip file. Okay, view in folder. Now from downloads, I'm going to extract all, and I'm going to put it in that folder on my desktop. That's it. So we have our NMMS fillable forms. You open it up from the main page. You can access any of the 3 reports, or you can open them individually. Now that we've installed our fillable forms, we're going to fill out a transaction. I'm going to go through the main page this time. And you notice it starts out a little small, but we are in the browser, so we can just do Control+sign and zoom in a little bit. I will be doing an export to a facility in Korea. So my RIS is going to be ZZZ. So I'm just going to use this drop down to go all the way to the bottom and select this RIS. Then my receipt facility is going to be RKOG. It's a reactor in Korea. This is the second shipment we've made to them, so it's transaction number 2. This is a process code A for the first time reporting data to NMMS, and this is going to be an action code A shipper's document. This is going to be a 1-line transaction. For the purposes of this exercise, my export license will be GenLick. The shipment date is today. So now moving through the form, I don't have anything that I want to enter in material type and description. And let's enter some obligations now. So it'll be obligation line 1. The country of obligation, we can scroll down here. It's going to be Australia, Canada, Japan. Material type, since this is an export, will be EG. The full weight is going to be obligated, so the element weight is 406951 grams and isotope 17559. Our total gross weight is 50 kilograms. And we're going to skip over the UK reportable field because we are not shipping to a facility in the UK, but I would like to enter a concise note. So we'll do that. So concise note line 1, entry reference will be whole report. And I will say this is contract number 53. Okay, so back to our detail lines. Line 1, batch names are required for exports, so we're going to enter that, and it'll be NMMS Corey 53. There's only one item. We're going to skip project number. Material type is EG. Our comp code is going to be 309 for assembled items. And then owner code is J, but actually I've gone and put that in the wrong line. So the way to remove that is I'm just going to go back and select the blank option, and then I'll come back here and put that on the correct line. Now we'll go put in those element weights. Notice here that I do not enter the measurement units because those are already encoded into NMMS. We already know that that's grams, so I'm just going to enter the straight values in whole numbers according to NMMS rounding policy. The isotope percent is 4.315. If I needed to, I would click Add New Line, but we're keeping this a simple one-line transaction. So I will just click Save as XML. Now I'll go to the folder Downloads, and I'm going to rename this so that I can find it later. The next thing I need to do is report a receipt. Now I do already have this XML file that the shipper was kind enough to send me, so I'm going to start with that. And I'm going to open a 741 form. And then what I'm going to do is just click the Load XML file. This is the document the shipper provided to me, the A side. So now all I need to do is make some tweaks here, and then I can report this as my B side. So we'll leave it as in process code A, but we can change this to a receipt. And we'll remove the total gross weight. And of course, we are going to update the activity date to reflect the date that I actually received the material, which was yesterday. The next thing is I'm checking this. I see that comp code didn't populate. So that's going to throw an error with NMMS. So I'm going to take a look at the XML that I received. So in this situation, the shipper here, XAA, is actually a selected facility. So we see that they filled out IAEA comp code instead of the BOEI line number. So because of that, I'm going to have to make a little tweak here. Head back to my form, and then I'll just enter the proper comp code for me as a non-selected facility as 776, just other. Okay, so now I've made this appropriate for my facility to receive the material. We've made it an action code B, removed gross weight, and changed the receipt date. And we double check that everything looks okay down here in the detail lines. So now I can just save as XML, go back to the folder, and then once again, I'll rename the file XAA to ZZZ1. And this is my B-side transaction. So now I have these two XML files here that I am ready to email to NMMS. And that is how we would use the fillable forms. So just to round out the process from our demonstration, as always, you'll email your XML files to our shared inbox at nmms@nnsa.doe.gov. The digital signature on your email is going to be treated as the signature for the XML data submissions, since obviously there is no signature block in an XML file. And finally, if you send your data via encrypted email, please coordinate with NMMS in advance to ensure that your method of encryption is compatible and that NMMS can actually save and read your data. How many of these fillable forms XML datasets has NMMS received? Well, NMMS has achieved a roughly 33% reduction in manual data entry since launching the fillable forms. So we would like to extend our gratitude to those who attended our January webinar and decided to try the fillable forms, and to the facilities who have been working with us to adapt their processes to the forms. Increased XML reporting is very valuable to us, and it makes NMMS better. So if you haven't tried the fillable forms yet, I suggest you head over to nmsresources.com and download them.
I am Mitch Hembry with NMMS. Today we will be demonstrating traversal of SAMS, NMMS Safeguards Management Software. We will use the DOE NRC Form 741 Nuclear Material Transaction Report for our demonstration. Note that the principles reviewed will also apply to the Form 742C Physical Inventory Listing and Form 742 Material Balance Report. In this presentation, we will walk through the entry of Form 741 documents into SAMS, then review the process for validating transactions. Finally, we will explain how to translate transactions into electronic format, XML. First, start the SAMS application by double-clicking on the SAMS executable icon. The SAMS menu will then be displayed. Under the Authority Reference tab, there are several tables available for use in populating the Form 741, 742C, and 742. The following are available for reference: RIS, project number, import-export licenses, composition codes, and the DOE NNSA site and DOE NRC licensee facility directories. Please note that this information is for reference only and none of the data can be modified. These tables are periodically updated. Notify NMMS with any questions regarding authority reference information. For example, let us review RIS information in SAMS. Click on the Authority Reference tab, then Data Entry, followed by RIS at the bottom of the list. The RIS interface will then be displayed. If you want to search or filter for content in this table, right-click on a column like the RIS and click Filter. Then enter a RIS code and click OK to select a specific facility of interest. The RIS interface now displays the facility information specific to the RIS of interest, including information like name, location, and classification. Use this same procedure to obtain any SAMS authority reference information. Now we will enter DOE NRC Form 741 information into SAMS. Here we see the Form 741, which contains numerous sections as color-coded. The red section contains header information, shipper and receiver RIS, transaction number, correction number, action code, number of data lines, nature of transaction, shipper for and to account of, license number, action date, total gross weight, and total volume, all of which may need to be reported on the 741. The green section contains transaction details, line number, type of inventory change, batch name, number of items, project number, material type, composition code, owner code, element and isotope weights, weight percent isotope, and element and isotope limits of error. Another important section, coded in blue, is foreign obligations with the line number, country of obligation, material type, and obligation element and isotope weight. All of this information can be entered through SAMS. To access the Transaction Data Entry interface, select the Transactions tab, then Data Entry, followed by clicking Edit Transactions. The transaction interface will be displayed. Click on the 741 tab in the middle section of the form for the best view to enter transaction details. Prior to entering a 741 document into SAMS, verify that the document has not already been created. The top right corner of the Edit interface provides parameters by which transaction data can be loaded into the interface. Uncheck the Exclude Historical Data box, enter the Shipper RIS XTI and Receiver RIS ZSW, and then click the Load button. No data should have been loaded into the Transaction Edit interface, indicating that the 741 has not yet been entered into SAMS. To enter a new transaction document into SAMS, click on the Add button at the bottom of the view. A new Shipper RIS, Receiver RIS, transfer number record called a transaction series will be created. To add header information for the series, as shown in the view below the series, click on the Add button on the top right of the Edit interface. This action will add a new header section row. In the second view from the top, enter the correction number, action code, number of data lines, nature of transaction, shipped for and to account of, action date, total gross weight, and total volume as shown on the shipper's DOE NRC Form 741. The third view down on the interface contains transaction detail information. Click on the Add button on the bottom right of the Edit interface. This action will add the detail section of the transaction, which provides material and quantity information for the 741. Enter the line number, type of inventory change, batch name, number of items, project number, material type, composition code, owner code, element and isotope weights, weight percent isotope, and element and isotope limits of error. Foreign obligations can also be entered into SAMS. Note that foreign obligations are listed in fields 17 through 21 on the 741. Click on the Obligations tab. Then click on the Add button on the bottom right of the Edit interface for a new obligation record. For each of the foreign obligations on the 741, enter the line number, country of obligation, material type, and obligation element and isotope weight as shown on the DOE NRC Form 741. Once all foreign obligations are entered, click on the 741 tab. Prior to saving the data that has been entered, it is recommended to perform a preliminary validation of the 741. Click on the Validate button on the bottom of the interface. The above message will be displayed indicating validation was successfully completed. Click OK to see if there are any errors on the transaction. For this transaction, note that the material type was improperly entered as TT when it should have been 20. TT is an invalid material type, and the validate check produced the following errors below. When the correct material type is entered, the errors should be resolved. Note that additional validate checks will not be performed until after the transaction is saved. Now click on the Save button at the bottom of the interface. A window will be displayed stating that the transaction has been saved successfully. Click OK. Once OK is selected, the transaction edit check interface contents will be reloaded based on the loading parameters provided in the top right area of the interface. We will now go into more detail in transaction validation. SAMS has the ability to validate all transactions that have been entered and saved. To do this, click on the Transactions tab, select Data Entry, and then click on Process Transactions. In addition to validating manually entered transaction data, SAMS has the ability to import and validate existing XML-based electronic transaction files. To import an XML file containing a 741, click Choose File, select the file to import, and then click Process. Note that if only processing of manually entered transactions is required, only click Process. If you do decide to import a file, a window will be displayed requesting a file, locate and select a transaction XML file, and click Open. When Process is selected with no import file specified, the following message will be displayed. Click OK to continue processing. The transaction process will perform edit checks, and once finished, a window will be loaded with an option to produce the TJ2S error report. Select the responsible risks of interest and select Produce Report. The TJ2S report will then be displayed with a list of validation errors for the transaction of interest. Our final activity in this presentation will be to translate transactions into electronic format, XML. Once transactions have been entered or imported into SAMS, have been processed and validated, and are error-free, the transactions can be translated into electronic format, which is in the format of XML. Select the Transaction tab and click on Export Error-Free Transactions to XML. The following window will be displayed with the selection criteria in the top section of the window. Enter the shipper risk, YSP, receiver risk, XDB, and transfer number 567 to export to XML. Select Export to XML only, and then click the Load button. The records of interest will then be displayed. Click on the Tag button to activate the row or rows of interest. Then click on Save. A new window will be displayed requesting a name and location for the transaction XML file. After specifying the file, click on Save. A message declaring that the file has been successfully saved will be displayed. Click OK. As we see here, this is what the translated transaction content will look like in XML. Note that the format of the XML is in hierarchical sections, with the content listing the field name followed by the code content in quotes. In summary, we have demonstrated the ability of the SAMS application to enter DOE NRC Form 741 documents, validate those 741s for accuracy, and translate them into electronic format XML. Note that the process for DOE NRC Form 742C, Physical Inventory Listing, and DOE NRC Form 742 Material Balance Report follow the same principles when using the SAMS application.
Welcome to the NMMSS Small Quantities Protocol, or SQP, reporting and functionality with Genevieve and Donna. With the implementation of the SQP in 2018, the United States and IAEA negotiated the structure and details of reporting under InfraCirc 366. The structure includes two parts. First is the subsidiary arrangement, or SA, that details the basic rules and requirements for implementation of safeguards and includes a provision for information on facility design and radiological protection, etc. The SA also details the process for IAEA facility selection and notification of inspections. Second is the location outside facilities, or LOF attachment, that specifies how safeguards will be applied in the material balance area. The LOF attachment defines what will be included in the material reports, the provisions for reporting to IAEA, and the conditions for IAEA inspections. To review, some of the terminology specific to SQP includes a LOF, location outside facilities, which is defined as any installation or location which is not a facility but where nuclear material is customarily used in amounts of 1 effective kilogram or less. SQP locations that have been identified to report under InfraCirc 366 are known as LOFs for reporting purposes. Possessors, SQP LOFs, are not required to hold an NRC license and are known as possessors of nuclear material. Material balance area, or MBA, is defined as an area within or outside of a facility that has a quantity of nuclear material that can be determined for transfers in and out, and a physical inventory can be determined. Next, we're going to discuss the roles and responsibilities under InfraCirc 366 SQP. We are going to focus on the possessor's responsibilities. The possessor's responsibilities include tracking and reporting nuclear material flow and inventory to the NRC and NMMSS, maintaining accurate documentation, notifying NRC and NMMSS of any changes regarding their nuclear material, and facilitating IAEA inspectors' access to MBAs. NMMS is responsible for receiving, reviewing, and reconciling individual possessors' data. Once all the individual SQP possessors have been reconciled, NMMS consolidates all the data and reports annually to the United States government for submission to IAEA. LOF possessors are hospitals, nuclear pharmacies, universities, and industrial radiography that have small amounts of depleted uranium and thorium to be used as shielding, as a catalyst, or held on site as waste. And with that, we're going to focus on reporting. Each SQP possessor will have a unique reporting identification symbol, or a RIS. This symbol is 3 characters and is 3 digits, generally starting with a 2. Possessors must use this RIS code when reporting to NMMS on the 4 forms found on this slide. SQP transaction reporting is movement of nuclear material between one facility and another facility in the 50 states. The shipping or receiving to a facility in the 50 states uses RIS code 366. If an SQP possessor is shipping or receiving outside of the United States, please contact NMMS.
Nuclear material shipments must be reported within 1 day of shipment, and nuclear material receipts must be reported within 10 days of receipt. Possessors use Form 741 to report transfers or on-site changes of material, and Form 740M to report explanatory concise notes. Shipments, receipts, and on-site changes of nuclear material must be reported within the material balance period. SQP annual material balance reports and physical inventory listings have an inventory date of April 30th and are due to NMMS by May 31st of each year. Material balance data is reported on Form 742 and physical inventory data is reported on Form 742C. SQP possessors will download electronic fillable PDF forms, fill in the required fields, and email them to NMMS. If you have any questions, please contact us at nmms@nnsa.doe.gov. Transaction Form 741 relays the following information: shipper and receiver, dates of transfer, material types, owner code, key measurement point, measurement basis, material quantities, number of items, and batch numbers. SQP reportable material types are natural uranium in kilograms with the U-235 in grams, depleted uranium in kilograms with U-235 in grams, and thorium in kilograms with no isotope weight. Key measurement points to report on Form 741 include receipt of nuclear material, shipment of nuclear material, de-exemption, retransfers, and accidental loss, exemption, transfer to retained waste, termination, measured discards, and accidental loss, and other inventory changes. Measurement basis is where the material was measured. For SQP possessors, it generally indicates that material was measured at your facility or at another facility. Key measurement point on the inventory report indicates the possessor's facility. Measurement basis codes used on the inventory report also indicate where the nuclear material was measured. Possessors can use codes M, L, and T. The KMP and the measurement basis are not required to be reported on the material balance report. In the next section, we are going to get into examples showing batches moving in and out of the inventory. SQP inventories are based on batches, so the batch name is very important in SQP transaction as well as inventory reporting. Batch names can be up to 16 characters in length. In this slide, we see a receipt transaction of batch XYZ000 for SQP RIS 333. The activity date is November 1st, 2023, which falls into the May 1st, 2023, April 30th, 2024 material balance period. During the material balance period ending April 30th, 2024, the receipt of batch XYZ000 was the only activity for SQP RIS 333. Since the batch was not shipped off RIS 333's site at inventory taking on April 30th, 2024, batch XYZ000 is reported on Form 742C as indicated on this slide. The next few slides will show transaction activity for the next material balance period. On December 1st, 2024, RIS 333 reported that they received batch ABC 123. On January 31st, 2025, RIS 333 reported that they received batch DEF 456. Then on April 1st, 2025, RIS 333 reported that they shipped off batch XYZ000. This was the batch received in the previous material balance period and reported on the previous inventory form. Keeping track of batches entering and leaving the facility is important for filling out and reporting your Form 742C physical inventory listing. Here we can see transactions that were reported over 2 inventory periods, 2024 and 2025. You can see RIS 333 received 1 batch in the 2024 period, batch XYZ000, and 2 more batches were received in the 2025 period. We can also see a shipment out of RIS 333 of batch XYZ000. Therefore, the May 1st, 2023, April 30th, 2024 transaction tracking sheet shows that for this material balance period, RIS 333 had 1 batch in inventory, batch XYZ000. While the May 1st, 2024, April 30th, 2025 transaction tracking sheet shows that for this material balance period, there are 2 batches still in the inventory, batch ABC123 and batch DEF456. Here we see the May 1st, 2024, April 30th, 2025 inventory form showing these 2 batches remaining in the inventory for this material balance period, batch ABC123 and batch DEF456. Once a batch is received, it is placed in the receiver's inventory. Once a batch has been removed or shipped from the SQP inventory via 741 transaction, the batch is no longer reported on that inventory's PIL. If batch XYZ000 material was not shipped off on 4/30/2025 or prior, it would have remained on this SQP possessor's inventory. One item to remember when reporting the PIL is that NMMS requires each separate material type to have a total line. This is referred to as an 899 line. In NMMS, the 899 composition or facility code is a sum of all the element and isotope weights for each batch in a specific material type. Another item to remember is that although SQP possessors can report up to 12 decimal places on transaction and material balance reports, when reporting the PIL, each batch is rounded to the 6th decimal place. To ensure the amounts are correct for each batch, NMMS will require a concise note, or Form 740M, that lists the full unrounded quantity for each batch reported on the inventory. When summing for inventory, please use the full decimal quantities and round the ending total to 6 decimal places. Then make sure each rounded batch adds to the total material inventory. When reporting the material balance report, Form 742, the beginning balance for the current inventory period must match the previously reconciled ending inventory balance. If a possessor has determined that there is a reportable difference between last year's ending inventory and this year's beginning inventory, a transaction must be reported in the current material balance period to account for this difference. For on-site inventory changes, the KMP used on the transaction is an asterisk. One important inventory change is when rebatching to multiple batches is required. Rebatching requires a transaction Form 741 entry with multiple detail lines, each reflecting an inventory change code of either an RM for the quantity decreasing or an RP for the quantity increasing. In any given transaction, the sum of entries with the code RM must be equal to the sum of entries with the code RP. The batch decreases and increases involved in rebatching should be reported simultaneously on separate lines of a 741 transaction. In any given ICR, the sum of entries with the code RM should be equal to the sum of entries with the code RP. Since these entries do not change the total inventory, they should be ignored during the calculation of a material balance report. The new element and isotope weights for each individual batch in the rebatching will be reflected on the PIL. Now let's take a look at a rebatching scenario.
This slide reflects a single batch for SQP RIS 299 that is being rebatched into 5 separate batches for the material balance period ending 4/30/2025. The material in batch ABCDEFG 11111111 was rebatched with no loss of material reported and a portion of the material being retained as the original batch number. The retention of the batch number is reflected in both line 1 and line 2 of the reported transaction Form 741 containing the same batch number, but the type of inventory change code is different. Remember, the RM inventory change code, highlighted in orange, denotes a removal of material from a batch, and the RP inventory change code, highlighted in green, denotes an addition of material to a batch. Rebatching can either completely remove a batch or simply change the quantity of material that remains in that batch. Rebatching can also create new batches. In this example, the quantity of material in the original batch ABC-1 changes. On the next slide, we will see how this rebatching affects the April 30th, 2025 final inventory for RIS 299. Assuming there were no other material changes for SQP RIS 299 in the April 30th, 2025 material balance period, the table presented shows what the final 4/30/2025 inventory for SQP RIS 299 would look like. The batches in column A, the comp codes in column B, along with the element and isotope amounts in the calculated columns K and L would be transferred to the April 30, 2025 PIL Form 742C. Important things to note: the RM amount highlighted in orange and the sum of the RP amounts highlighted in green are equal, so there is no RM-RP difference in this rebatching. This rebatching changed quantities in two existing batches, see lines 5 and 11 of the spreadsheet, and created 3 new batches, see lines 15 through 17 of the spreadsheet, to be reported on the current PIL. There is no change to total inventory, so the material balance report beginning inventory and ending inventory would be the same. Compare columns C and D with columns K and L. Other on-site inventory changes include accidental losses, accidental gains, and measured discards. And on this slide, you can see the inventory change type codes for each of these inventory changes. Whenever there is an on-site 741 transaction reported to NMMS, SQP possessors are required to provide a concise note, Form 740M, stating the reason for the change.
What does it mean when NMMS informs an SQP possessor that they have been domestically reconciled? Remember, throughout the year, each shipment, receipt, or on-site transaction of nuclear material is reported to NMMS using a Form 741 Nuclear Material Transaction Report. As of April 30th each year, the SQP possessor sends in their annual material balance reports, one for each material type, and physical inventory listing to NMMS. NMMS compares the possessor-reported MBR and PIL submitted to make sure the totals on both reports for each material type match. NMMS takes the prior year submitted inventory balances and compiles the transactional data reported to NMMS in the current material balance period to get a NMMS-generated inventory balance, then compares that to the SQP possessor's submitted ending inventory. NMMS also keeps track of the batches reported for each shipment, receipt, or on-site transaction to compare the possessor's submitted ending inventory to ensure the correct balances are reported to IAEA. So when NMMS informs the possessor that they are domestically reconciled, all the data has been independently reviewed and verified. What would be a best practice for an SQP possessor to ensure a smooth reconciliation process with NMMS? Prior to submitting the SQP reports, the possessor can review the material balance report to make sure the MBR beginning inventory matches the previous period's ending inventory, double check that all the transactions have been reported to NMMS and equal the gains and losses on the MBR, and if there are any differences, is an adjustment transaction needed for NMMS? Also, possessors can review physical inventory listing to verify that the correct information for the SQP possessor's inventory is being reported. This includes KMP, MDC, date, element and isotope weight amounts, etc. Possessors can make sure last year's ending inventory with this year's material transaction changes reported to NMMS added or subtracted equals the ending inventory. They can make sure that all the batch numbers being reported on this year's inventory are correct. take last year's ending inventory batches, add batches received in the current material balance period, subtract batches shipped off in the current material balance period. Make sure to include any on-site rebatching changes and compare the batch numbers left with what is reported on the pill. You want to compare the pill 899 line for each material type and make sure the weights match the amounts on the MBR line 81 or the total ending inventory of non-government owned material. After all SQP LOF reports are received and verified, NMMS prepares a single material balance report encompassing all U.S. Caribbean possessors and submits a consolidated annual physical inventory listing, a consolidated annual inventory change report, ICR, and a consolidated concise note to the IAEA. We hope this presentation will be beneficial to you as you go through the current annual material status report submission. NMMS is here to assist you with any questions you may have.
Welcome back. As we are aware, the SQP possessors, they are currently underway with getting their reconciliation process completed by the end of this May. So please do not hesitate to reach out to any of the NMMS analysts. But of course, Donna Hutchinson and Genevieve Weaver, they are there to ensure, as Genevieve said, makes it a smooth process for you. So here to help, and yes.
Yeah, and this subject matter, there are a lot of nuances between SQP reporting and domestic reporting. So I just want to accentuate further that if you have any further questions or if you happen to be an SQP possessor, go to NMMS with any minute question you have, and we'll help you through it or help to explain it if you're curious to know more on the subject, because it is very nuanced. And there are differences between domestic and this SQP reporting.
Yeah. So I guess now we are going to go to our last and final session of the NMMS 2025 event. It is going to be a NMMS overview for NRC MCNA inspectors. So with that, we'll get it started.
Excellent.
Mitch Hembry, an analyst with NMMS. The first portion of our technical exchange geared towards NRC MCNA inspectors will cover an overview of the Nuclear Materials Management and Safeguard System, called NMMS. This overview will explain the importance of this technical exchange, define NMMS and the value of NMMS data, review unique NMMS terminology, describe training that's available to NRC licensees, and point out how to reach out to NMMS for assistance. NMMS information is useful in assisting in routine inspections of licensees' MCNA activities, verifying facility compliance with MCNA rules and requirements, while minimizing the burden on resources at both licensees and the NRC. NMMS data is a reliable source for inspectors due to the completeness and accuracy of NMMS facility data and the timeliness of facility NMMS reporting to reflect current facility status. Licensee facility NMMS reports help to reasonably ensure capabilities to detect loss, theft, or diversion of S&M in a timely manner. Finally, NMMS contains aggregate inventories including amounts, locations, and types of S&M across the U.S. that contribute to maintaining public health and safety. MCNA inspections serve a critical role in assuring data reliability by being part of a multi-tiered defense of facility-reported MCNA data. This includes regulatory format and content, quality reviews of facility data reported to NMMS, NMMS analysts' evaluation and reconciliation of facility information, and feedback from other organizations such as the IAEA and other governments. So, what exactly is NMMS? The Nuclear Materials Management and Safeguard System, NMMS, is the U.S. state system of accounting for the control of nuclear material. Both Nuclear Regulatory Commission licensees and Department of Energy sites report MC&A information to NMMS. NRC and DOE staff often reference NMMS data when performing inspections. The Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons provides the legal basis for negotiating and implementing safeguards agreements with member states. A series of critical functions are performed by NMMS to track the movements and inventories of nuclear materials in support of domestic U.S. regulations, IAEA safeguards agreements, and international bilateral treaties. As the U.S. state system for accounting and control of nuclear material, NMMS supports the Department of State, who serves as the official contact for the U.S. government, establishes U.S. policy, and chairs the IAEA Steering Group Subcommittee on International Safeguards and Monitoring. NMMS supports the NRC, responsible for activities that take place at NRC licensed facilities, and chairs the subgroup on international safeguards in the U.S. NMMS works with the Department of Defense, who is responsible for activities at DoD-owned, operated, or leased locations. NMMS interacts closely with the Department of Energy regarding activities at DOE-owned, operated, or leased locations. Additionally, NMMS supports the Department of Commerce regarding activities involving locations not covered by the DoD, DOE, or NRC. What are some of the key services and products provided by NMMS? NMMS receives, processes, and maintains MC&A data reported by U.S. operators, including inventories, material movements, both domestic and international, and material balances. NMMS tracks the import, export, and retransfer of U.S. nuclear materials. NMMS tracks nuclear materials in the U.S. subject to nuclear cooperation agreements, called NCAs. NMMS reconciles inventories at NRC and DOE NSA facilities. NMMS prepares U.S. government reports in support of IAEA safeguards agreements. NMMS prepares U.S. government reports to support NCAs. NMMS performs analysis of foreign government notifications of receipts, shipments, and retransfers of U.S. nuclear material. And special analysis and information requests are performed by NMMS in support of the executive branch and other U.S. government entities. The organizational structure of NMMS. NMMS is a classified system and is not accessible by the Internet. NMMS is managed by DOE's National Nuclear Security Administration, NNSA. NRC utilizes NMMS through an interagency agreement with DOE. And the daily operation of NMMS is overseen by the NNSA Office of Nuclear Materials Integration Division, NAESH 12. NMMS is operated out of 2 U.S. locations, the NMMS Main Operations Center in Germantown, Maryland, and a second NMMS Operations Center in Albuquerque, New Mexico. In both facilities, all NMMS processing and reporting activities are conducted inside of a limited area. Note that all NMMS information is subject to classification review prior to release for authorized use. Through the decades, there have been numerous key events that have influenced the nature of nuclear material accounting. In the 1940s, the Atomic Energy Act of 1946 was passed, and the Atomic Energy Commission was established. The 1950s were very active with Atoms for Peace, Atomic Energy Act of 1954, the first Agreement for Nuclear Cooperation, initiation of nuclear exports, and the establishment of the IAEA. In the 1960s, the first electronic version of NMMS was established. 3 significant events occurred in the 1970s with the formation of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and Department of Energy and establishment of country control numbers, the predecessor to foreign obligations used today. In the 1980s, the U.S. began sending reports to the IAEA. The significant HEU downblending agreement was established and initiated in the 1990s. In the early 2000s, the method of reporting foreign obligations currently used today was established. The electronic data found in NMMS is a one-of-a-kind national asset, covering the majority of the history discussed in the previous slide. NMMS includes facility-reported inventory changes, also known as transactions, since 1964. NMMS has facility-reported physical inventories since 1965. NMMS also has U.S. export data dating prior to the establishment of an electronic NMMS from 1956 through 1965. NMMS interacts with a diverse group of equity holders involving policy, programmatic elements, non-proliferation, and national security. The DOE NNSA equity holders involve a large number of entities, including defense programs, naval propulsion, the Chief Financial Officer, Office of Science, and Environment, Safety, and Health. Domestic interactions include the NRC, Department of State, and the Department of Defense. Internationally, NMMS interests involve the IAEA and numerous nuclear cooperation agreement partners such as Australia, Canada, and the United Kingdom. What makes NMMS data invaluable to MC&A inspection? The characteristic of U.S. facility NMMS data help make NMMS information invaluable for MC&A inspections. First, data is reported directly by U.S. nuclear operators. NMMS data reflects facility-specific MC&A records for transactions, physical inventory, and material balance. NMMS facility data is vetted by NMMS to ensure conformance to NRC reporting requirements. Facility physical inventories are reconciled with NMMS to confirm completeness of facility reporting. This reconciliation process with NMMS involves data review and certification by U.S. facility personnel. The Nuclear Material Transaction Report, DOE NRC Form 741, also known as Inventory Change Report, ICR, includes important information that may be of use for MC&A inspections. Some critical transaction information is the reporting facility, the other facility engaged in a transaction, both domestic and international, date of the shipment, receipt or inventory change, type of material, element and isotopic weights, batch name, material composition, ownership of material, export license number, and foreign obligations assigned to the material. Many important details are found in the Material Balance Report, DOE NRC Form 742. Information included are reporting facility, type of nuclear material, material balance date range, beginning inventory by element weight, isotope weight, and ownership, gains and losses by category, such as receipts, nuclear production, shipments, decay, category change, rounding adjustment, and inventory difference. Also, the ending inventory by element weight and isotope weight, as well as ownership, and obligation balances by element weight and isotope weight are included in the Material Balance Report. Specific details included in the physical inventory listing DOE NRC Form 742C include reporting facility, inventory date, type of nuclear material, ownership of material, project number, batch name, material composition, and detailed inventory weights. Note that for each type of nuclear material, a total is provided reporting the total element and isotopic weights. Now let us review some basic NMMS terminology. NMMS reporting is based on a coding alphabet consisting of numbers, Roman letters, and the combinations of both. These codes describe the reporting complexities that arise, such as volumes of shipments and receipts, diverse materials and isotopic compositions, blending, burn-up, decay, production of nuclear materials, material quantities, varying customers and suppliers, and regulatory and treaty-specific constraints. One of the key NMMS reporting codes is the Reporting Identification Symbol, RIS. The RIS is a unique code assigned to a facility which is used to report MCNA information to NMMS. Each facility possessing nuclear material is assigned a unique risk code, which will remain the same for the life of a facility license. A facility can have more than one risk code associated with their site. Every facility must use their appropriate risk code when reporting, and each of these risk codes are tracked and reconciled with NMMS. The risk code must be reported on all DOE NRC forms reported to NMMS. Currently, there are approximately 400 domestic risks in NMMS. So, what is the general structure for the risks? Domestically, the risk code consists of 3 to 4 characters, where the first character is a particular interest. If the first character of the risk is A through Q, the risk is defined to be a DOE NNSA site risk. If the first character is X, Y, or Z, this risk represents an NRC licensee facility. If the first character is V, these risks represent disposal waste areas. If referring to a foreign facility risk code, the first character will be R and is typically 4 characters in length. If you see a risk code beginning with 2, these risks represent NRC licensee nuclear material outside facilities in the Caribbean islands. Here are some examples of risks assigned to fuel cycle facilities. Global Nuclear Fuels Americas are represented by risks YLJ and YLJH, their holding account as noted by the 4th character H. Westinghouse Electric Company reports to NMMS using YLM and YLMH, their holding account. Framatome Incorporated is risk YUD. Louisiana Energy Services Incorporated reports using 3 risk codes, YK1, YK2, and YK3. Nuclear Fuel Services Incorporated has numerous risks defined within their facility. XTI, YNI, ZQM and ZQMH, KAS and KASH. BWXT Nuclear Operations Group Incorporated also has numerous risks. ZBF, ZBFH, CCS, CCSH, FCW, and PCR. BWXT Lynchburg Technical Center reports using the risk YCE. Note that some of the NRC licensees report to NMMS using DOE risk codes. NRC requires licensees to report transactions and inventories of S&M and some source material. Note that special nuclear materials, S&M, include uranium in cascade, enriched uranium, U-233, plutonium, and plutonium-238. Source materials are depleted uranium, natural uranium, and thorium. DOE may contractually require NRC facilities to report transactions and inventories involving additional DOE-owned nuclear materials to NMMS, such as tritium, deuterium, curium, neptunium, enriched lithium, americium, and plutonium-242. Note that there are no NRC regulatory requirements that licensees report the additional DOE-owned materials to NMMS. As mentioned in the last slide, NRC is required to report these nuclear materials. Source materials thorium, depleted uranium, and natural uranium to the nearest whole kilogram using the code 88, 10, and 81. The special nuclear materials enriched uranium, U-233, uranium in cascade, and plutonium are all reported to the nearest gram using codes 20, 70, 89, and 50. Plutonium-238 is reported to the nearest tenth of a gram using code 83. Note that all of these material type codes are considered to be generic material types, non-assay specific. We will now discuss other training opportunities that are available to NRC licensees. NMMS offers training courses for U.S. data submitters. We offer both in-person and online classes that focus on data reporting through presentations, hands-on exercises, and performing an inventory reconciliation. The target audience for this course is facility personnel that are responsible for reporting required MCNA data to NMMS. This training is provided at no cost to participants. The content is based on DOE and NRC reporting requirements. Advanced registration is required and participants receive a certificate of completion. Contact the NMMS mailbox for more information or to register at nmms@nnsa.doe.gov. In the NMMS training class, NMMS reviews regulatory requirements, NMMS terminology, transaction reporting and corrections, physical inventory and material balance reporting, foreign obligations, in-place activities, imports and exports, issues and errors in data submission, as well as numerous case studies. NMMS also offers an annual NMMS Users Event. This technical exchange, information sharing, and problem-solving event covers fundamentals of reporting, import and export of nuclear materials, reconciliation activities, MC&A practices, obligations, regulatory updates, case studies, new initiatives, and working groups. A diverse cross-section of the nuclear industry attend this annual event with recognitions given for excellence in reporting. To close out the additional portion of this exchange, how would you reach out to NMMS for assistance? Requests for NMMS data is for official and authorized purposes only. Protection of NMMS data is paramount and may be classified, industry or business proprietary, and may be provided to or by other governments consistent with data protection provisions and agreements. Release of any data is subject to approval of the NMID Federal Program Manager. Note that data to NRC MC&A inspectors is pre-authorized. Data inquiries related to commercial entities is coordinated with the NRC.
Howdy, my name is John Satine. I'm a NMMS Senior Analyst here to discuss NMMS reporting details as part of our technical exchange for NRC MC&A inspectors. We'll begin with the legal and regulatory basis behind the data provided to NMMS by U.S. nuclear operators, then move into the role of international commitments before reviewing the details of the reported data. Reporting to NMMS by U.S. operators is governed by two sets of requirements: DOE and NSA sites and facilities, and nuclear material financially owned by DOE and NSA, report based on DOE and NSA requirements. NRC licensees and nuclear material not financially owned by DOE and NSA report based on Nuclear Regulatory Commission requirements. This also includes imports and exports that are not part of mutual defense transfers. NRC licensees must report to NMMS if they receive or ship 1 gram or more of special nuclear material, S&M. This refers to plutonium, uranium-233, or uranium-235 contained in enriched uranium. Licensees who possess less than 350 grams of S&M are required to report their physical inventory to NMMS between January 1st and March 31st of each year. Licensees possessing 350 grams or more of S&M must report a physical inventory to NMMS a minimum of once a year. DOE contractors must report to NMMS if their site possesses a reportable unit of accountable nuclear materials. All sites with a reportable quantity on September 30th must report and reconcile a physical inventory for that date. NRC requirements are contained in Code 10 of Federal Regulations, with attention to 10 CFR 40.64, Domestic Licensing of Source Material, 74.13 and 74.15, Material Control and Accounting of Special Nuclear Material, 75.31 through 75.35, Safeguards on Nuclear Material, and 150.16 and .17, Exemptions and Continued Regulatory Authority in Agreement States and in Offshore Waters. For licensees, instructions for completing forms for reporting to NMMS are contained in the New Reg documents. New Reg BR 6, Revision 9, covers transaction reports, while New Reg BR 7, Revision 8, covers inventory and material balance reports. The NRC format for electronic XML data reporting is contained in the D24 report from NMMS. For DOE NNSA sites and any site reporting DOE NNSA-owned nuclear material, reporting instructions are contained in the NMMS User's Guide, Revision 2.1, and DOE Order 474.2a. The DOE NNSA format for electronic XML data reporting is contained in the D23 report from NMMS. Moving into the subject of international commitments. There are two major drivers governing how U.S. operators report international data to NMMS: commitments to the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, and bilateral nuclear cooperation agreements, NCAs. The U.S. government negotiates and agrees to the specific terms, conditions, format, and content of reporting. Reports to NMMS must also conform to these agreements. U.S. interactions with the IAEA are multifaceted, including safeguards agreements, non-proliferation, training and outreach, matching data between countries on international shipments, called transit matching, technical collaboration, analysis and monitoring, U.S. nuclear material accounting, and regulatory support. The governing framework for U.S. reporting to the IAEA is contained in a series of information circulars, INFCIRC, and the subsidiary arrangements. INFCIRC 140, Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons from 1970, INFCIRC 207, Notification to the Agency of Exports and Imports of Nuclear Material from 1974, INFCIRC 288, Agreement between the United States of America and the Agency for Safeguards in the United States from 1977, Addendum 1 to INFCIRC 288, the additional protocol to the agreement between the USA and the IAEA for Safeguards in the United States from 2009, the subsidiary arrangements to the agreement between the Government of the United States and the International Atomic Energy Agency for application of safeguards in the United States of America, also known as Code 10, INFCIRC 366, the agreement of February 1989 between the United States of America and the International Atomic Energy Agency for the application of safeguards in connection with the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons in Latin America, and governing 2588, the universal reporting of exports, imports, and inventories of nuclear material for peaceful purposes from 1992. NMMS reporting to the IAEA is governed by 10 Code of Federal Regulations Part 75, updated in 2018, which codifies the content and timing requirements for licensees to report, as agreed to by the U.S. government under Information Circular 207, 288, and 366. Information Circular 207 requires reporting of imports and export transactions for all domestic U.S. facilities, except those selected by the IAEA. Information Circular 288 requires facilities selected by the IAEA to report transaction, inventory, and material balance information. Information Circular 366, last updated in 2018, requires licensees located within the U.S. Caribbean territories who possess nuclear material to report transactions and inventory information. There are 5 U.S. operators, including 4 licensees and 1 DOE NNSA site, which have been selected for additional reporting based on Information Circular 288. These operators report per the terms of an operator-specific facility attachment. The selected facilities include the commercial fuel fabricators Framatome USA, Global Nuclear Fuels America, and Westinghouse, the Urenco USA Enrichment Facility, and the K Area Materials Storage at Savannah River National Laboratory. The U.S. Caribbean territories included in Information Circular 366 are Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, Navassa Island, Serenia Bank, Baja Nuevo, Petrel Island, and the Guantanamo Bay Naval Base. U.S. government reports submitted to the IAEA include Inventory Change Reports, ICRs, Material Balance Reports, MBRs, and Physical Inventory Listings, PILs, responses to the import communications, responses to semi-annual statements, and responses to feedback from the IAEA concerning U.S. reporting. Materials control and accounting data from U.S. operators is reported to NMMS, which prepares U.S. nuclear material accounting reports for transmission to the IAEA through two separate paths. Unclassified reports are provided through the NRC using encrypted email. Any reports containing U.S. classified information are conveyed through the DOE and NSA through diplomatic channels. NMMS supports nuclear cooperation agreements, NCAs, with foreign partner countries in a variety of ways. Preparation of annual reports specific to individual agreements, retransfer alerts, import and export monitoring, analysis of reports provided by foreign partner countries, foreign obligation accounting subject matter expertise, electronic data exchange with NCA partners, preparation of U.S. notifications and annexes, and support for the Nuclear Cooperation Authorities Group, NCAG, technical exchanges. The earliest nuclear cooperation agreements in the 1950s included Canada and the IAEA. In the 1970s and 1980s, agreements were signed with partners across the world, including the Republic of South Korea, Egypt, Norway, and the People's Republic of China. In the 1990s and 2000s, the agreements expanded to include partners such as the European Atomic Energy Agency, Euratom, also with Kazakhstan, Australia, and the United Arab Emirates. More recently, the Russian Federation, Vietnam, and the United Kingdom signed agreements, with Mexico, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia still under negotiation. What are foreign obligations? The U.S. government negotiates bilateral nuclear cooperation agreements, NCAs, based on Section 123 of the Atomic Energy Act, as amended in 1954. Partner countries may notify the U.S. that they are transferring items, whether that's nuclear material, equipment, technology, etc., under the terms of their bilateral nuclear cooperation agreements. These items are then described as obligated to the country or countries in question. More than one partner country may obligate an item. This is called layered obligations. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission requires its licensees to track and report to NMMS source and special nuclear material that has been made subject to one or more NCA, including the import or export of such nuclear material. The NRC formally informs each licensee when imported material is obligated based on a notification from a partner country. Commonplace activities that may require reporting of foreign obligated nuclear material include imports, such as natural uranium for conversion and enrichment, enriched uranium for fuel fabrication, and the return of spent fuel from foreign research reactors. Exports, such as uranium used in fabricated fuel assemblies, thorium, and plutonium. Domestic transfers between U.S. operators. Non-physical obligation exchanges between facilities. On-site use of obligated nuclear material resulting in nuclear loss, such as decay and fission, nuclear production, such as transmutation into plutonium, category changes, such as the enrichment of natural uranium into enriched uranium product and depleted uranium byproduct, or blending of natural uranium into enriched uranium to lower the enrichment assay, and others, such as shipper-receiver differences, or the addition of obligations due to processing with obligated equipment. NMMS supports ongoing monitoring, analysis, and reporting of obligated material with attention to imports and exports, including advance notification of certain shipments and receipts, waste disposition of obligated material by domestic operators, retransfers of obligated material through third-party countries, domestic trends in obligated material quantities, and non-physical exchanges of obligated material by U.S. operators. Data provided by U.S. operators on their obligated material holdings feeds into annual reports to the partner countries. This is a highly visible U.S. government commitment. The complexity of U.S. international commitments has led to frequent technical collaborations between NMMS, the NRC, DOE NNSA, and the IAEA and our NCA partners. These include annual technical exchanges with the IAEA Department of Safeguards in Vienna, Austria, topical workshops such as the U.S. Euratom Transit Matching Lessons Learned and Best Practices event, which took place in Luxembourg, and the workshop to strengthen non-nuclear weapon states reporting in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, as well as the Nuclear Materials Accounting Training for Small Quantity Operators in Puerto Rico, the IAEA Code 10 workshop in Germantown, Maryland. These annual NMMS users training events, where international participants have included members from the IAEA, Euratom, the Republic of Korea, France, Australia, and Japan, and the NMM annual conferences in Palm Springs and Baltimore. Looking at the details of U.S. nuclear operators reporting to NMMS. What do licensees report to NMMS? NMMS receives nuclear material transaction reports, sometimes called inventory change reports, ICRs. These record increases or decreases in an operator's inventory for reasons including shipments, receipts, and on-site changes due to processing or book inventory adjustments. NMMS also receives annual material status reports which have two components: the material balance report, which summarizes the changes to inventory of each material type over the course of a material balance period specific to each operator, and a physical inventory listing, which captures the totals of material possessed by the operator at the end of their balance period. The data in the inventory listing distinguishes between DOE NNSA and non-DOE NNSA ownership. For cases where operators report information not otherwise captured on the transaction, material balance, or inventory forms, NMMS can also receive a concise note. When do U.S. operators report to NMMS? U.S. operators are required to report shipments within 1 day of the material going out and receipts within 10 days of the material arriving on site. DOE NNSA sites report their annual inventories as of September 30th. NRC licensees report their material status reports to NMMS at least once a year, depending on their nuclear material holdings and operational needs. U.S. operators are each assigned at least one unique 3 or 4 character identifier called a Reporting Identification Symbol, a RIS. NMMS tracks operators at the RIS level. Operators report standard forms. The Form 741 is for nuclear material transactions, ICRs. The Form 742 is for material balance reports. The Form 742C is for physical inventory listings, and the Form 740M is for concise notes. NMMS receives the overwhelming majority of forms electronically in XML format. The DOE NRC Form 741 captures any change to the inventory of a U.S. operator, whether that change is a shipment or receipt, or a consequence of changes from on-site activities. A reminder, shipments are reported within 1 working day after the event, and receipts are reported within 10 working days of arrival. And note, the NRC New Reg BR6 requires reporting of shipper and receiver data on separate forms. This is the Form 741 transaction report as it appears in paper or PDF format. While NMMS normally receives Form 741s in digital XML format, some licensees may use paper copies of the form in packages of shipping paperwork. The Material Status Report package, which includes both a material balance report and a physical inventory listing, is reported based on the holdings of the licensee. Licensees possessing and using 5 or more formula kilograms of strategic special nuclear material per Code 10 of Federal Regulations Part 74.13 report March 31st and September 30th of each year. Licensees possessing 1 gram or more of special nuclear material report at least once a year, the date depending on whether their holdings include less than or more than 350 grams of S&M. Licensees selected for additional reporting by the IAEA, per 10 CFR Part 75.35, report within 30 days of starting their physical inventory. Reporting under 10 CFR 74.13 doesn't apply to reactors licensed under Part 50, irradiated fuel reprocessing plants, waste disposal operators, or independent spent fuel storage facilities licensed under Part 72. This is the Form 742 Material Balance Report as it appears in paper or PDF format. This is the Form 742C Physical Inventory Listing as it appears in paper or PDF format. The Concise Note Form 740M provides additional text space for information to accompany one of the other forms. This is the Form 742M Concise Note as it appears in paper or PDF format. Howdy, and welcome to Navigating NMMS Data and Reports and Mapping to the NRC Form 327, part of our technical exchange for NRC Materials Control and Accounting Inspectors, presented by John Satine and Jim Rubenstone from NMMS. In the first section, we'll discuss navigating NMMS data and reports. Then, in the second section, Jim Rubenstone will discuss mapping the DOE NRC Form 742 to the NRC Form 327. How does NMMS track movements? Movements of nuclear material are tracked as transactions, also called a transaction series or a transaction event. Each transaction is identified by the combination of codes identifying the nuclear material operators involved, the reporting identification codes or RIS codes. Each transaction will have a shipper RIS, receiver RIS, and transaction number. Example, RIS XXX ships to RIS ABC, transaction number 25. For transactions between two nuclear operators, NMMS uses double-entry bookkeeping. Both the shipper and receiver are required to submit Form 741 transaction reports for comparison between the two. The receiver's transaction data may be delayed while the receiver measures the material that was received. Open versus closed transactions. A transaction is open in NMMS if the shipper reported a Form 741 to NMMS, but the corresponding receiver Form 741 has not yet been received, or if both the shipper and receiver have reported their Form 741s to NMMS, but the NMMS database has found one or more errors in the reported data through automated edit checks. A transaction is closed only if both the shipper and receiver have reported their Form 741s to NMMS and there are no errors that have been detected through the edit checks. Inspectors routinely request reports from NMMS, including the TJ11B, Detailed Open Transactions by Material Type and Facility, the TJ45, Transaction Details for Shipments, Receipts, and On-Site Gains and Losses, the D3, the Reporting Identification Symbol Directory of NRC Licensees, the M742R, the facility reported material balance for a reconciled period, the TJ30, the foreign obligation balances for the reconciled period, the I-10E, facility reported inventory data listing, and the A200, summary of ending inventory comparison for Department of Energy NNSA-owned nuclear material. The TJ11B Detailed Open Transactions Report will show transactions considered open for a particular operator. If there are open transactions, the operator should contact NMMS for resolution. Note: an open transaction may be caused by a lack of reporting or an error in reporting in the data provided by the other party to the transaction, not necessarily the operator for which the report was generated. If there are no open transactions, the report will read no data. NMMS analysts sometimes refer to a no data TJ11B as a clean report. The TJ45 Transaction Detail Report lists the transaction Form 741s reported by a specified nuclear operator over a specified time period, normally the material balance period, but other dates may be requested if so desired. Transactions are listed grouped according to the type of nuclear material and the type of change to the operator's inventory. Increases are grouped into the receipts section, broken out by the type of increase. Decreases are grouped into the removal section, broken out by the type of decrease. Receipts from other nuclear operators are listed by the risk code of the other facility, the shipper, then the transaction number, then the code describing the type of receipt, in this case, Action Code B, accepting shipper's values. The weights are grouped into columns for Department of Energy/National Nuclear Security Agency owned, non-DOE NNSA owned, and loan lease. For DOE NNSA and loan lease material, there will be an associated project number. A transaction may affect multiple nuclear material types. For example, the removal section here features enriched uranium decreasing due to fission and transmutation and degradation to other materials, while the plutonium shows the associated nuclear production. The TJ45 report also includes summary charts consolidating the calculated total increases and decreases by type of nuclear material. The D3 Reporting Identification Symbol Directory of NRC licensees provides the name, address, and NMMS contact information for a specified licensee. The directory may also be requested to cover all active licensees. The report will include the date on which each RIS was last updated in the NMMS system. The report has room for 3 listed staff from each operator. The M742R Reported Material Balance displays the material balance report submitted by the licensee as part of their Material Status Report package. The Material Balance Report summarizes the inventory changes to each nuclear material type. The layout of the changes and how they are grouped is the basis for the TJ45 report discussed previously. The two reports can be directly compared for each change type. Nuclear material that is foreign obligated based on one or more nuclear cooperation agreements is listed in the end of the report as a summary, if any. The TJ30 Foreign Obligation Balance Report provides the beginning balance, changes due to reported transactions, and calculated ending balance of foreign obligated nuclear material for the material balance period. The TJ30 groups the data by foreign obligation and by nuclear material type. The I-10E Inventory Data Listing displays the physical inventory listing submitted by the licensee as part of their Material Status Report package. The I-10E displays the data by nuclear material type and composition code with an inventory total line. The total line will cover all enriched uranium if there is more than one E category in the inventory. The A200 Summary of Ending Inventory Comparison provides the balance of nuclear material tracked under DOE and NNSA-owned project numbers, if any. The report is divided into columns for the balance calculated from transaction activity, labeled Project Transaction, and columns for the balance reported by the licensee on their physical inventory listing, labeled COEI, according to DOE and NNSA accounting terminology. The difference is calculated left to right. Transaction-based totals minus the inventory-based totals equals the difference. A licensee that possesses DOE and NNSA-owned nuclear material must balance their A200 report as part of their NMMS reconciliation. NMMS reports and analytics can support MCNA inspections in understanding the timeliness of licensee reporting of shipments and receipts, including imports and exports, licensee MCNA data reported to NMMS including measurements, material types, dates, the identities of the parties to a transaction, import and export licenses, and annual reconciliation, anomalies including shipper-receiver differences, the frequency and nature of reported corrections to previously submitted data, on-site changes to inventory, and how to map Material Balance Report Form 742 data onto the NRC Form 327. More on this point in a moment.
Thanks, John. I'm James Rubenstone, and I'll close out this module by looking at the NRC Form 327 and how the information reported on this form compares to that on the DOE NRC Form 742. The General Reporting Regulations for Material Control and Accounting in 10 CFR Part 74 require licensees that possess special nuclear material of low, moderate, or strategic significance to report their physical inventory results on a timely basis following the start of the inventory. In practice, these requirements apply to fuel cycle licensees, and NRC licensed enrichment facilities are also required to report on their inventory of source material. For this reporting, licensees use Form 327, which is submitted directly to the NRC and collected by the MCNA staff in the Division of Fuel Management, Office of Nuclear Material Safety and Safeguards. NRC regulations also require reporting material balances of special nuclear material and balances of source material with foreign obligations. These are reported to NMMS using Form 742. This requirement is much broader than that described on the previous slide, as it encompasses not just fuel cycle facilities, but all licensees that have 1 gram or more of SNM, including power and non-power reactors and agreement state licensees. And note that this reporting is submitted to NMMS, not directly to the NRC, as with Form 327. Given that the licensees reporting physical inventory results on Form 327 are also reporting their material balances on Form 742, it's not unreasonable to expect the two sets of reports to align if they cover the same materials and the same reporting period. The next few slides provide some insight from the NMMS analysts on how these two sets of reports could be compared. This slide shows the equivalent values from Form 742 for the beginning inventory, additions, and shipments reported on the first 3 lines of Form 327. Remember that some of the facilities have more than one RIS, so transaction between RISs within the facility will not show up on the 327, which reports by facility. Here we show the equivalents for the next 4 lines on Form 327 for measured discards, ending inventory, inventory difference, and bias adjustment. This should provide some insight onto how the information on the two forms can be compared. In closing, we hope that this module has helped your understanding of how NMMS reports and analytics can help in your inspection work. Please feel free to reach out to the NMMS analyst with any questions. And remember, this module only touches the surface of some reporting basics. If you would like to learn more about NMMS reporting, please sign up for one of our comprehensive classes in person or online.
Thank you so much. So before we close out for the day, we did receive a couple of questions that we would like to address prior. One was related to the use of the fillable forms presentation, and they were asking if there was any scheduled fillable form webinars scheduled anytime in the near future. What I would like to say is if you are interested in participating in a fillable form webinar, or a demonstration, to please email the NMMS mailbox. Email with your name, how many people are interested in your site and your facility, just so we can kind of group it all together. And then we'll be sure to coordinate and best identify a time to hold the webinar for you. For awareness, for those watching, the webinar does last around 30 to 45 minutes, right?
Typically.
Yeah. And then I believe there was one more question. I'll have Mitch address it.
Yes, another question brought forward from the field was regarding SAMs. And the question was, can SAMs be used for reporting my annual reporting for my site? And the answer to that is yes. And just to be a little more concise, with the training you saw today, it was a demonstration of the DOE NRC Form 741 nuclear material transaction report. And it had visual examples of traversing through the software for just that form. Well, there's a similar sections for both your physical inventory listing, DOE NRC Form 742C, and your material balance report, your DOE NRC Form 742. So yes, we can you can use that software at your site to do your annual reporting. So you would report to NMMS. If you were an NRC licensee, you would do your what we call an MSR, a material status report, and that consists of your physical inventory listing and your material balance report. If you're a DOE site, you would report your physical inventory listing, your DOE NRC Form 742C. And for both of DOE facilities and NRC licensees, they often have to do what we call a one-party transaction to report any kind of decay, fission, transmutation, rounding bias that occurred during your reporting year. And that would be reported using a DOE NRC Form 741 nuclear material transaction report that we demonstrated earlier today. So the answer is yes, that's what the tool is there to help you to do all your reporting, including your annual transaction reporting. Back to Alex.
Thank you. Well, with that said, I would like to thank you all for your participation and staying with us. As we've said before, thank you to all the presenters for providing your very valuable insights and perspectives and everything that's kind of up the pipeline, what's going on within the DOE and NSA complex and the nuclear industry. I would also like to extend a large thank you to our NMMS event planning team to make this event happen. This includes Orionell's Dave Langeth, Chris Mitchell and Royce Jacome, and the Link team, Ali Tabatabai, Eric Meneres, and Nick Steele to make this event possible. It truly is a lot of coordination to make this event happen, and especially in this virtual platform. And of course, a huge thank you to the NMMS analysts, all of you, for not just providing the support to this event and the presentations included, but all of your eagerness and your passion to support the reporting community every day. It is a lot of coordination, and I know on behalf of the reporting community that all your diligentness and all of your wonderful analyses that is implemented is greatly appreciated. So thank you to your support to the community. And with that, I'm going to be wrapping it up as a reminder, following this event, within 2 weeks, we will be sure to provide from the NMMS mailbox notification to let everybody know that the access to the presentations and also access to obtain your excellence in reporting certificate, most importantly. So look out for that. Also, if you are interested in getting the NMMS newsletter, please write the NMMS mailbox again and ask them to be added to the distribution list, because we have quarterly newsletters. All of our special announcements go out from there. So please send that request. And then I will wrap the last statement I'll say. Please help us plan for the next year's 2026 NMMS event, as it'll be the 30th anniversary. So any topics and any presentations, anybody, if you would want to speak, please write the NMMS mailbox and with the subject line of NMMS 2026 planning ideas, and it would be much appreciated.
And can I just add in one
Yes.
additional thing?
Please.
Is if you or anyone in your staff is in need of any kind of training, we have several both in-person and virtual courses available for the remainder of this calendar year. So we would love, and at various locations in the country. So please contact NMMS or myself if you're interested in any training. So we would love to have you come and take our NMMS course.
Perfect.
I had to
yes,
give a
no,
day.
perfect. Yes. Keep looking for these opportunities, and I hope that throughout this year everybody takes advantage and keeps the engagement within the reporting community. So thank you for being with us this week, and see you next year.
Thank you. Have a good year. Done.